It's on behalf of accused number 4. Thank you.
Sichaba Mamwepa. I'm from the Johannesburg Bar. I apologize for not introducing myself. I have not had the pleasure of appearing before you before. I am here for accused number 5.
As it pleases the court, my lord. My lord, I am standing in for Advocate Mshololo, representing accused number 5. As it pleases the court.
By the way, your name?
B. Munyekiman. Initials is B, surname Munyekiman.
Ms. Khumalo, once more we remind you that you are still under oath.
Ms. Khumalo, ngaphansi kwesifungo yakhonjuzwa inkantolo. Witness confirms, my lord.
So God please, my lord. Ms. Khumalo, we want to show you photo 21. When we adjourned yesterday, you gave an estimation of the distance between the bathroom door in which you sought refuge to the beginning of the dining room, and you estimated the distance to be about 5 meters.
Uyakhona ukuthi izolo ave basothatha ikhefu ukule utshela inkantolo ke ebufakazini bakho malana ke nalesi sithombe photo number 21 uzama ukusibekisela nje ukuthi i-distance yakhona ibithini ngazuthi 5 meters ukusuka lapha nakula mnyango wasebathroom ukufika ekitchen. Elikhulumele phezulu mama ne? Okay. It is indeed so.
Yes, we just want to show you photo 21 of Exhibit B. My lord, it's on page 34 of the bundle. Yes. What is your comment regarding this photo?
So mina ngangila uyabona ukuthi umnyango mawuvuleka uvulekela ngaphakathi.
Now this is the point that I was at, as pointed out by the witness. One can also see that the depiction of the door is that it opens to the inside. It does appear that the witness shows the doorpost of the door. On the picture, it is on the left, which is again close to the picture. It is bottom left of the post.
Yes, and if we can just put it on record, what is the point where the light is now shown?
So la kune basin, and then kunesikhala nje esincane la ungakhona nakhona umnyango mawuvalile mina ngiyalingana khona.
Now just behind that post there's a basin. There's a basin behind that post, and then there's a beginning of a bathtub.
Okay.
And then between the basin and the bathtub, there's a space that when a person attempts to close the door, they will be able, or rather myself, I will be able to close the door based on my physique.
Yes.
Yes, but
So ila engangiskwate khona ke ngilindile.
That is the very spot where I had crouched at or squatted at as I was waiting.
if photo 22 can be shown. Just take it up a little bit. Yes. What is your comment regarding this photo?
Mrs. Thomas,
Ikhona impela la ngangime khona phakathi ne base ne bathtub.
this is the exact spot where I had stood at between the base and as well as the bathtub.
Okay, can you just show this spot?
One second,
Uzala kuyala indawo eyodwa.
That very spot that has been shown now, it is the spot where I had stood at. And the light was moving from one end of the basin to the end of the bathtub, or the beginning of the bathtub.
But if photo 25 can be shown. What is your comment regarding this photo?
Manje ke nalokhona ngokuthini?
Leli fastera ilona ke leli engathi ngalibheka ngacabanga ukuthi mhlawumbe mangathiwa isigebengu siyadlula la or siyaphuma sizongibona mhlawumbe isilhouette ngimile. So yikho ngaze ngasquatter.
Now, this is the very window that I thought that if a criminal were to walk past that particular window and sees me standing, that could mean they're undesirable for me. That is why I decided to crouch, so that in case one suspect or a criminal happened to be there, shouldn't see me.
Thank you. You may then continue.
And then kwathi masekusenjalo ngavula umnyango kancane
While at
ngapopola.
that, I then slightly opened the door and I peeped.
If we can go back to photo 21 of Exhibit B, that's on page 34.
So, 21.
Yes, if you can just give your evidence using that photo 21.
So tell me to panel okanye uthule ukufaka bakho usebenzisane lesi sithombe photo 21.
So ngathi mase ngilapha phambi kwe basin la engime khona, and then ngase ngiyawuvula kumnyango lo, but nakhona ngawuvula kancane ukuthi at least ngikhiphe ikhanda nje ngipopola ukuthi kwenzakalani.
Now, while I was at that spot, as shown on the photo, I then slightly opened the door with an effort, an attempt to peek or peep through that door. I only protruded the head.
Yes.
On which side of that photo would the dining room be?
Manje ke ngoba sibheke lesi sithombe nje. I-dining room ingakuphi?
I-dining room iya ngapha kusho ukuthi u-left njengoba ngibheka isithombe kodwa mangingaphakathi mina iya kwa right.
Yeah, right, yes. As I'm looking at the picture depicted here, the dining room would be on the left-hand side of the picture as we're looking at the picture. But given the fact that I was inside of the bathroom or at the door there, then it would mean that it would be on my right.
Yes, you may proceed with your evidence.
And then ngase ngithi ngiyapopola kanjalo ngabona uSenzo ephuma ngasekitchen.
As I was speaking like that, I saw Senzo coming from the kitchen.
Just a minute. If the sketch plan can be shown, this exhibit B, page 20. What would you say the distance is between the bathroom door and the kitchen, the entrance to the kitchen?
Ungathi mhlambe mawusibhekisela ukuthi distance ukusuka lapha kulomnyango wase bathroom ukufika kumnyango okanye kwisicabha sasekitchen.
Hayi incane kakhulu noma ngingazi the exact number kodwa kufishane kakhulu.
It's a very short distance. I cannot necessarily give an exact distance, but it is very short.
Are you more or less able to indicate the distance by showing from the witness stand to a certain point?
Ukusuka la ukhona la.
Mhlambe ukusuka la ngime khona mhlambe ukufika lapha eqaleni kwestand se television.
Proximity could be from where I am seated up to the far corner of that TV stand.
Approximately 2 meters. 2 meters. We are all agreed with my learned friends that it's about 2 meters. Yes, you may continue.
Usungaqhubeka ke manje.
And then uSenzo mayiphuma ehamba ngokusheshsha ebeka izandla la isifubeni ekhokhoba eyoyifihla phakathi naphakathi kosofa lo ngangihleli kuona.
Now, Senzo, as he was walking out of the kitchen, he held his arms on his torso, on the front part of the body, whilst also crouching like that. The witness tried to demonstrate that Senzo was also bent forward while holding that part of the body, that is the front part of the body, and then he went to hide himself between the couches where I was seated initially.
He did what himself?
He went to hide himself between the couches where I had initially seated.
Do you remember how the deceased was clad on the day in question?
Uyakhumbula ukuthi ubegqoke kanjani umufi ngaleli langa?
Ngiyakhumbula wayefake ijini blue.
I remember, yes,
Efake
he was wearing a pair of blue jeans and a white t-shirt
namateka amhlophe.
and a white pair of sneakers or tekis.
Can you explain again? You said he had a white t-shirt.
Uthi ubegqoke i-t-shirt emhlophe, amajini blue.
Wayefake iskipa esimhlophe nejini blue namateka amhlophe.
Yes, he was clad in a white t-shirt, a blue pair of jeans, but as well as a white pair of tekis.
Yes.
going to show you photo 65 of Exhibit B. It appears on page 64 of the bundle. Hello. If you can give your evidence using the photo.
Uma-ke ungakwazi ukuthi uthule ubufakazi bakho usebenzisa-ke lokho okubonakala lana ku-photo number 65.
wafika kusenzo wagijima wadlula usofa lo wafike waguqala ngamadolo.
Now, Senzo came and he went past that sofa or the couch and he knelt at that very spot where the line had, or the light has been shown, just next to that couch.
Stand.
He knelt down and it's between the couch and the stand, the TV stand. He knelt on his knees at that very spot.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
So, okay.
And then emva kwakhe kanjalo ngisase khona bathroom kanjalo kwalandela uKelly and then kwalandela uma kwase kulandela ususpect number 1.
Now, behind him, while I was still in the bathroom, came Kelly, then
My mother
my mother, and then the suspect of crime.
oqala lo amathreats.
Yes, the first suspect, or the first intruder, the one who had dreadlocks on his head.
Yes.
You may proceed.
Ungaqhubeka.
And then uKelly wafike wamake emva kaSenzo usenze ngaphambilini ngemuva uma wafike nje wamalanga sesofeni.
Now, Kelly came and stood behind Senzo. Senzo was in front, then Kelly, and then the mother behind. And my mother then came and stood at that point that has been shown by the light on that photo number 65 there.
Yes.
And the first intruder, because you said in that row there was also the first intruder.
Kanti lo umngenele wokuqala, intruder yokuqala, yena ube kuphi?
Yena wafike futhi uma wathi mayifika la. And then wafike wathatha ifoni eyayicharge. Angisakhumbuli noma ifoni yayiphezulu kwestand noma yayiphezulu kwesofa. Wafike wayithatha ifoni and then i-intruder yafike yabona ukuthi uma uphethe ifoni ngesandla yafike yamshaya eswini ngendololwane uma wayiyeka ifoni wahlala phansi. So i-intruder ayisamwela ayiceleni.
Yeah, where the light has been shown, this is where more or less the intruder was.
Yeah, just
The light
Can you
was.
point again?
I'll call the foot clap on it. This is where the intruder was. And witness continued to relate that there was a phone that was on the armrest. I am uncertain. It could have been on the armrest of the couch or perhaps on that TV stand. Then my mother took that phone because it was charging. My mother took the phone, and then that's when that intruder saw that she has taken the phone or that she is in possession of the phone now. And the intruder hit her with the elbow. That's when she then fell onto the sofa,
Eswini.
or rather on the abdomen. Should bamshaye
Ngendololwane eswini.
shower uma.
Shower.
Yes. So the elbow actually hit, or that she was hit with the elbow on the abdomen. Well, then she fell onto the sofa.
Where? Can you just...
Kuphi kahle?
on this sofa here.
That is the first seat of that sofa, as depicted or shown by that light.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ungaqhubeka.
And then ke suspect number 1 wayeseyathatha ifoni ehluthuma and then wayeseyaphuma.
Now, this first suspect or intruder then snatched off the cell phone from my mother, and then he walked out.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ungaqhubeka.
Ngaleso sikhathi uKelly wayejeke uSenzo ngamadolo from lapha ekhoneni.
Now, during that time, Kelly had lifted or supported Senzo with her knees, right there at that spot. Should he a safe spot?
Phakathi nosofa ngistand la eguqe khona.
The very same spot where he had knelt at, which is now between the sofa as well as the TV stand.
Yes, you may continue.
Ungaqhubeka.
And then mayiqeda ukuthatha ifoni ke first suspect wajika wahambe ngathi uya ekitchen.
Now, after he had taken the cell phone, and I should mention that the witness, while testifying like that, there is a light that is being shown at that very spot, estimated to have been the initial spot where the suspect was. After he had taken that cell phone, he then turned around and walked as though he was going to the kitchen.
Yeah.
Yes, you may continue.
Witness is just taking a sip of water.
And then bakusesenjalo ngabona ukuthi uza nganeno ngacabanga ukuthi mhlawumbe uzongibona ngase ngiyavala futhi umnyango.
Now, whilst at that, I presumed that he was coming towards me, or towards the spot where I was. I then closed the door, thinking that he may have thought that I am seeing him. I then closed that door.
And where were you at that stage?
I was still in the bathroom, same spot.
Bengisasekhona ngasephaveni khona laphana bengime khona phambilini.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ungaqhubeka ke?
And then ngithe mase nguvula futhi umnyango sengithi ngiyapopola futhi ngibona ukuthi uphelele ngoba bese ngizwe ngathi kunesikhashana isincane engafiki la ngikhona ngase ngiyapopola ngathola ukuthi usehambe.
Now, then I made another attempt to open and to peep through the door again, because there was just an interval of silence, which I had thought that perhaps he could be gone because it was now quiet. And I then looked and I couldn't see him, He had already vacated the house.
And are you able to tell the court as to how was the visibility at that stage?
Ngakwazi ukusitshela ke enkantolo ukuthi bekunjani ukubonakala ngasendlini. Ukukhanya umnyama bekubonakala bekunjani.
Bekhanya endlini bekubonakala ngoba bese amalayithi aye on.
The lights of the house were on, so it was visible in the house.
Yes, you may proceed.
So waqhubeka-ke.
ngase ngiyaphuma ke e-bathroom
I then walked out of the bathroom.
Yes.
ngajikisa ikhanda ngabheka ekhishini
I turned my head to look or observe in the kitchen.
ngathola ukuthi akunamuntu.
I then realized that there was no one.
Yes, you may proceed.
Waqhubeka.
ngase ngiya-ke kuma noKelly noSenzo la kade beme khona
I then proceeded to where my mom, Kelly, and Senzo were at.
Yes.
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 ngase ngiyabuza ukuthi kwenzakaleni and then uKelly wathi uSenzo uyopha bamdubulile.
I then inquired what happened.
As a court,
Yes.
please, we will just, you inquired as to what happened and a report was made to you, is that correct?
Yes.
That is correct. Should I interpret what you had said?
No.
Oh, Jesus.
Yes. The report is made and then what happened?
Kanti-ke watshela ukuthi kwenzakaleni bese kwenzakalani emva kwalokho.
And then kusenjalo nami sengiyaphenika.
Before that, you were given a report to the effect that Senzo got shot, but who gave the report?
Ngubanike owanikeza leyo report obika ukuthi uSenzo usedubulekile uyopha.
usisi wami uKelly.
It was Kelly that gave me that report.
Yes.
Was it?
And
Yes.
then Max,
What were your own observations?
Wena uboneni?
oh nami ngithe mangibheka phansi ngalibona igazi naye ngabona ukuthi kubomvu la esikipeni.
Now, also, when I observed as well down, when I looked down, I saw the blood. And I also saw the stain of the blood. And again, the witness is showing the abdominal area of the torso.
Naye futhi uSenzo ngaleso sikhathi ubumbona ukuthi uzama ukuphefumula kodwa ngathi kunzima.
Now, even Senzo himself, during the time, one could see that he was trying to breathe, but that it was difficult. There's also a demonstration with the hands of the witness, the up and down movement, as in breathing in, breathing out.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ngase ngikhumbula ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi mabengena la endlini mabethi bafuna i-cellphone nesibhamu ngathatha ifoni yami ngayifihla emva kwe-cushion.
Now, I then remembered that at the time they intruded the house, they said they wanted the cell phone, cell phone number is cell phones.
They said they wanted my cell phone.
Oh, they said they wanted cell phones and the firearm. And
Sorry?
then
Cell
cell
phone?
phone and the,
Nemali.
oh, and money, sorry. They said they wanted the cell phone and the money. Given that thought, I then took my cell phone and hid it behind or under the cushion.
Under the what?
Cushion, under the cushion, my lord.
Okay.
That is now at that point when a demand was made for cell phones and money.
Usho ngaleso sikhathi. Yes, it was at that point when the demand was made for cell phones and money.
Can you just show using this photo again?
Before that, by the way, by now you have brought us, it is after your mom, Senzo, Kelly, had converged there with Senzo on Kelly's lap.
Ususinikeze leso sithombe.
Yeah.
Is that when you hid the cell phone, or did you hide it before you ran into the bathroom?
The cell phone.
Ngayifihla ma ulantoza mayithi ufuna imali nama cell phone ngayifihla ke ngaleso sikhathi.
Ngaleso sikhathi.
So mase ngibuya ke bese ukuthi sengiyakhumbula ukuthi konje ngifihle lapho ngase ngiyoyilanda.
I actually hid the cell phone at the time that such items were demanded. The cell phone and the money was demanded. It was at that very time that I hid the cell phone. Then I remembered that I did hid or hide that particular cell phone. During that time, I went to the kitchen where I had hidden the cell phone at. Why you thought? That I took myself.
Can you just, using this photo 65, indicate, or maybe photo 64, indicate where you hit your cell phone?
Ngayifihla phakathi go sofa ne-cushion la ngaphakathi. Khona isikhala ngithi siba lapho phakathi. Ngase ngifaka nje lapho.
I just hid it right there. A light was shown on perhaps
Ilanga ngihleli khona.
that is the very same spot where I had seated. The depiction of the picture shows about 1, 2, 3 seats. The middle seat.
So you hid it. Was the cushion an add-on onto the couch, or was it a cushion that is readily part and parcel of the couch?
I guess yes. I-cushion le bekuyi-cushion nje ongakwazi ukuthi uyilethe uyibeke nje lapho okanye i-cushion ekuyingxenye yesihlalo.
I-cushion ihlala la vele kodwa ayisingxenye yesofa ungayisusa uyibeke.
Your Lordship, this cushion is actually a loose cushion. In other words, one can just add it as and when they need to.
Yes.
And before Your Lordship, the court sought clarity. The witness indicated that between that cushion and the sofa, underneath the cushion, that is where the cell phone was hidden, because there is a space between that cushion, underneath the cushion, and the sofa. That's where it was hidden. And the very spot that was reflected, it is the middle spot of the 3-seater couch. And she indicated that that was where she was seated initially.
There are in fact other cushions on that couch.
Akona. Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
So Tubega.
Ngase ngiyayithatha ke phone yami mangithi ngiyadayila nakhona ngoba ngase ngithukile. Angizange kwazi ukukhumbula number.
Now, I took my cell phone, given the fact that I was shocked or nervous during that time, I couldn't even recall a number that I could punch into the cell phone.
Yes.
Now, which number did you want to punch in the cell phone?
Ngifuna ukubiza 10311.
I wanted to phone call 10-111 number,
Kodwa ingqondo yayimile yakho siya freeze nje angazi kanjani.
but I had a mental, or my mind got frozen.
Mental block.
Mental block, my lord. Thank you so much. I couldn't even think of it.
Yes.
And just for record purposes, which number is that number that you mentioned? 10,111. Which place is it?
10,111 in number yande.
The number of police.
That is the police's number or call center number.
Yes.
Yebo.
Yes.
And then makusenjalo nami ke ngifrantic kanjalo ngase ngiyaphuma ngathi ngiyofuna usizo.
Now, whilst at that, and I was as frantic as I was, I thought to myself that I should go search for help or look for help.
Yes.
Yeah, just before we step off this aspect, the cell phone that was taken by the first suspect, whose cell phone is it?
Kwakuyifoni kaKelly ayicharger is angisakhumbuli noma iphezu kwestand noma iphezu kwesofa kodwa kwakuyi Samsung S4 emnyama.
That was Kelly's cell phone. I am uncertain about whether it was indeed charging or what. It was a black Samsung
S4.
S4. It was Kelly's.
Yes, you explained that Mr. Tumelo Madala ran in one of the rooms. Did you see what happened to Mr. Mtokozi Zitwala?
Tumele badlala usushilo ukuthi wagijimela kwelinye lamagumbi laphana. Umthokoze Sithwala yena ngabe khona uthizo wabona ngayo?
Cha, angimbonanga ukuthi uphume nini endlini ngoba kodwa mangidlula ngiphume ngisuka ngase bathroom ngabona ukuthi nje empty. Angibonanga ukuthi uphume nini.
No, I couldn't witness his exit of the house. I couldn't. Because when I left the initial spot, or the spot where I had hidden myself at, I found that it was empty. He had left also.
Yes, you may continue.
So ngaqhubeka.
Ngase-ke ngiyaphuma endlini ngaphuma ngegate ngaya kwaMaphiri as uMaphiri i-best friend kama.
I then exited the house, exited the gate of the premises of our house, and I proceeded to Mapiri, knowing very well that Mapiri was my mother's friend. Wayendlini Mapiri.
Ngase ngiya kwaMaphiri.
Yes, I went to Mapiri's house.
Yes.
And where is Mapiri's house located?
Ikuphi-ke indlu kaMapiri osuqhathanisa kini?
Indlu kaMaphiri ingale kumgwaqo kwasekhaya.
It is on the other side of the same street of my home's residence. It is on the other side of the street of our house.
What does that mean? I take it that is the street
Yeah.
passing by your mother's house.
Now
Now, there is the left side, there is the right side, there might be the north or south or the east or west side of the street. What side are you?
uMaphiri ungapha so angeke ngithi direct opposite kodwa nje ngezansi kancane kwasekhaya ngathi opposite kwakube kancane.
The witness is shining the light there on photo number 1 depicting the house of Mapiri being on the opposite side of the opposite side of the houses. I would not necessarily say that it was directly opposite to my mother's house, but I can say that it was diagonally opposite to my mother's house, because it is actually directly opposite with our neighbor, or my mother's house neighbor.
So she stays along the opposite row of houses across the street.
Kanjalo.
Yebo kunjalo.
It is indeed so, Your Lordship.
Okay.
Shuthi-ke uhlala kule mugqa wezindlu obhekeneke nomugqa wezindlu la indlu kaMayi ikhona.
Kunjalo.
Now,
Yes?
now on that photo 1, you earlier pointed out your neighbors.
Yabona kule
Who are
sisitolo
those
sokuqala.
neighbors?
Bomakhe bakho obani bomakhelwane.
Kukamakhelwane la kuhlala kukaNgcathi sibonga.
Now, but the surname of the neighbor, as pointed here on the picture, it is the
Ngcathi.
Ngcathis.
Can you
That
spell
is-
it? Can you spell it for me?
I'm not sure it's a Xhosa.
NG,
Xhosa surname alone.
Come again?
NG,
Yes.
CA,
Yes.
TS,
Yes.
HE. And what is Mapiri's name? I'm sorry.
Now, before that, are these neighbors, the next door neighbors, are you referring to the ones on the left or the right?
Lo makhelwane lona ungaku esesinqele okanye esokudla umakhelwane ngalapha.
Njengoba ngibheka isithombe kanje kukwa right.
As I
Kula
am
right. Kukwa right njengoba ngibheka isithombe la
as I'm looking at the
kukwa
photo
right.
like this, it is on my right hand side.
I can see that, I can see where you are pointing at. You are saying it's on your right, not
Njengoba
on the
ngibheka
right side of the
on the
street.
right.
Your Lordship, as I'm seated here,
Yeah.
that would be at my right.
Yeah, but if you were at your mother's house, it would be on the left.
Good job. That would be correct, my Lord. If
Okay.
I am at my mother's house, it will be on my left. Shuthi mangapha ekhaya kithi izoba ngaku left. Shuthi umakhelwane ngapha ngaku left.
Just for record purposes, can you just point out your mother's house there?
Nayo indlu kaMala bese napho kwaNgcathi kapha kukwa right njengoba ngibhekile.
Yeah, the light has been shown on my mother, on the mother's house, and as well as the Ngcathis house.
Yes?
Yes, you may proceed.
So kubeka ke
What is the surname of Mapiri?
Mapiri isename yakho kanti?
Igama uMegi bese sibongo akaPhiri.
Her name is Maggie, and the surname is Piri.
Yes, you may proceed.
So kubeka.
Ngase ngiphuma ke endlini ngalelo langa
I walked out of the house on
ngaphuma
the day
ngegate
in
ngaya khona
question.
kwaMaphiri.
Then I proceeded to Mapiri's house.
Just show on the photo how you went to Mapiri.
Ngaphuma la
That is the spot that I exited
Mapiri
from.
umala.
There is sort of a far left exit entrance there, my lord, which is now being pointed out. That is where I exited at. Wayagupi.
Ngase ngiza kwaMaphiri kwaMaphiri kungala mubheka.
Now, Then I walked to Mapiri's house.
Umgwaqo.
Now that light, that spot of light, has been shown to move from that opening there, which looks like a gate, and straight down to the bottom left of the picture, my lord.
Was it straight down? I'm also watching. I seemed to see that it was moving diagonally rather than straight.
Angithi manje masibhekile i-opposite kaMaphiri kwaNgcathe, so uMaphiri kusho ukuthi indlu
So
yakhe
it wouldn't
ila.
have been straight down.
Yeah.
It wasn't straight across, it was diagonally across the street.
Your lordship, as it pleases the court. Your Lordship. Yes, it was diagonally linear towards the bottom left of the picture.
Yes?
And then mase ngifika ke kwaMaphiri ngathola ukuthi uMaphiri beme nje ngaphandle.
Now, when I got to Mapiri's house, I then found out that she was just standing outside of her house.
Yes?
And then ingane kasisi wakhe uNthabiseng ube ngaphandle menemoto lapho ekhuluma nomuntu.
And then Ntabiseng, who is Mapiri's sister's child, was standing outside with a person, a motorist.
Just a minute.
That, yes. The motorist that she was talking to.
What's the name of the one, is it Ntabiseng?
Ntabiseng, my lord.
Ntabiseng how is she related to Mapiri?
She's
Okay.
the niece.
She's actually the niece in short, my lord. It is Mapiri's sister's child.
Daughter.
Yes, daughter.
Yes?
Do you know Ntabiseng's surname?
Surname Ntabiseng, yes. I'm not sure about her surname.
Yes. Can we indicate on that very same photo where the vehicle was?
Imoto yayima la.
This
Phakathi
is-
naphakathi kwestrati nje.
This is the spot where the vehicle had stopped or had parked, just in the middle of the street there.
Where
And,
in
the point that is actually, or the spot that is being shown, it's more towards the right of the picture, right in the middle of the third road there.
where in relation to Mapiri's house?
Kuphi-ke mawuse uqhathanisa nendlu kaMaphiri?
Phambi kwegate.
That is in front of the gate of Mapiri's premises.
Yes?
Yes, may I proceed?
Ungaqhubeka?
Ngangena ke ngegate ngamemeza uMaphiri ngathi Maphiri fonela iambulance noma ufonela amaphoyisa.
I entered Mapiri's premises through the gate and then screamed at her and said, Mapiri, please phone call Mapiri's.
Amaphoyisa neambulance.
Please phone call the police and the ambulance as well.
Yes?
Yes, may I proceed?
Wayesethi kwenze njani ngase ngiyamtshela ke ngithi kungena igebengu zafike zadubula usenzo waqala waphela ikhafethi.
She then asked me what happened. I related to her that the intruders came into the house and they shot at Senzo. That's when she started panicking after I related that with her.
Yes?
Yes, may I proceed?
Ngalokho ngiphinda ngithi fona Maphiri fonela amaphoyisa wathi hey angeke ngikhone wamemeza uNthabiseng wathi angisakwazi ucabanga wamemeza uNthabiseng wayesegate.
Now, I repeatedly requested her to phone call or urged her to phone call the ambulance. And she said that she she can't think straight now at the stage. She then called Ntabi saying,
Yes.
You proceed.
yeah,
wayeseke emtshela ukuthi fona Nthabiseng ngifonela amaphoyisa noma ufonele ambulance wathi Nthabiseng naye kwenzakaleni wayesethi ukudutshule kusenzo lapha endlini.
she then said to her, instructed her and said that Ntabi make a phone call now, make a phone call. Phone call the ambulance or phone call the police. Then Ntabi inquired, what happened? She then said that Senzo had been shot over there.
Yes.
State will be possibly calling these witnesses. May that evidence be provisionally allowed? Yes.
And then ke makusenjalo naye wakhala wathwala izandla ekhanda and then ngabona ukuthi hayi kusho ukuthi usizo luzofika kudala la ngabashiya kanjalo ngehla ngabuyela endlini.
Whilst at that, she also was screaming. She went hysterical, put her hands on the head. And then I realized that given these circumstances, one is not going to be able to get any help. I
Ngasengibuyele ekhaya.
then went back home.
So you sensed futility of your efforts even before Ntabiseng made the calls?
When uvele wabona ukuthi kuyize lo naphambi kokuthi afone uNtabiseng.
Aphambi kwamasanga phone Nthabiseng.
Not in front of me, she didn't even phone call. She just put her hands on the head, went hysterical, crying. She didn't make any phone call.
Just for me to understand, you left because you sensed that these people shall not assist in the manner you were requesting, not because they don't want to, because they came into a state emotionally which you considered to be not allowing of a situation where they would help you.
Manje uteke wena mawuhamba okanye uthatha isinqumo sokuthi manje ngithi ngiphindele ekhaya yingenxa yokuthi wawubona ke ukuthi labantu abekho sesimeni sokuthi bangakwazi ukuthi bakulekelele, hayi kangakuthi abafuni ukukulekelela. Isimo abayithola kuso kwaba yilesi esibaphoqayo ukuthi bangakwazi ukuthi bakulekelele ngaleso sikhathi.
Yebo kunjalo.
It is indeed so, my lord.
Yes.
So we proceed.
Base ngiyabuya ke ngize ekhaya ngase ngena futhi ngesango uma ngena ngesango ngabona bemthatha bezozama umfa emotweni.
I went back home, walked into the yard through the gate. That's when I witnessed them making efforts and attempts to take him into the vehicle. They made efforts to put him into the vehicle.
Yes, who were making attempts to put him in the vehicle?
Mangizama ukukhumbula kahle ngabona ukhaya oyindodana yokuqala kababa Ncache noma Ncache.
Now, if my memory serves me well, I saw Kaya, who is the first son to the Ncache's family, that is Mr. and Mrs. Ncache.
and then ngabona ubaba Ngache naye.
I also saw Mr. Ngache.
Nabanye babe khona kodwa ngisakhumbuli kahle ukuthi ubani wayewubani kuphi kanjani.
There were some people also in that scene, even though I cannot be particular about who was who and where were they at exactly, but during that time there were some people there.
Just want to show you photo 3 and 4 of Exhibit B that appears on page 22 of the bundle. You can just use that photo to illustrate your audience.
Ungasebenzisa lesithombe ke ukuthi ukwazi ukuphawula.
So mina ngase ngithi ngena ngegate la ngegate and then bona babe mala.
Now, as I walked into the yard through that gate, this is where they were at. There is a spot on the picture right of the vehicle that is on the right hand side of the vehicle that is depicted on that picture there. Almost halfway through some distance of the wall of the house, towards the halfway through the wall of the house. That's where the light is showing.
There's a vehicle on the picture there. Whose vehicle is that?
Imoto abandle bonakala la kulesi sithombe.
Imoto kaSenzo.
That is Senzo's vehicle.
Yes, you may proceed.
So Tubega.
And then ngase
Let me find out. We have had other witnesses, and the impression I was given was that it is Senzo's vehicle that was used to ferry him to hospital. Now you are showing me that picture number, that photo number. Is it 3? What?
It's photo 3 of Exhibit B, my lord.
Yes. Now you are showing me photo number 3 with a vehicle which you again say that it's Senzo's vehicle. So this is not the vehicle as Senzo parked it. What you are showing us, it is the vehicle as whoever parked it after it had ferried Senzo to hospital.
Manje ngoba sibona la ibingekho ngalendlela le moto le ngenkathi zohambisa mhlambe uSenzo mhlambe lana isime njena emva ukuthi ihambise uSenzo esibhedlela.
ukuthi anginalo ulwazi lokuthi lesi sithombe sithathwe nini kodwa njalo nje masifike ekhaya sifike sipake kanje.
I do not have any knowledge as to who actually took this photograph, but that is a routine of us that when we get to the house, to the parental house, that's how we park.
And
Yeah,
sometimes
I
kuya phambili or sifake ngapha kwa right kodwa ngalolu suku mina mengena ngegate safike sapaka.
At times, it would be parked deeper into the yard, straight down, or onto the right-hand side of the picture as depicted here, my lord. But on that day in question, the vehicle was parked there, Chuja.
I'm asking you because we already have evidence to the effect that police officers whose duty it is to attend crime scenes came to attend and generated the exhibits that we are privy to now. And you are explaining, unless I'm jumping the gun, you are explaining that they put Senzo, or they got Senzo into that vehicle, and it is his vehicle, which would mean to me, subject to correction, that that photo would have been taken after Senzo had been taken to hospital. Secondly, I can see from the photo that it was taken in daytime. And what you explained to us entails a situation where in indoors you needed lights. I want to presume that even outside.
ake sisho kanjalo umzekela ngisho ngesenkantolo shuthi ke isigameko senzakele amaphoyisa ke ayeza akazokwenza uphenyo ukuthi azokwenza uphenyo khona izinto ezithize ke abakwaziyo ukuthi babhale phansi okanye ingxenye zobufakazi abakwazi ukuyithola laphana kule ndawo yesigameko kanti ke ilona lwazi okanye ingxenye zobufakazi inkantolo ekwazi ukuthi ibophe la enkantolo manje ngikhuluma kanjena ke ngoba phela ngizothatha ukuthi uSenzo wahanjiswa esibhedlela wathi ke ehanjiswe esibhedlela kwaba nesikhathi ke kufika ke amaphoyisa emva kokuthi ahanjiswe esibhedlela uSenzo azokwenza ukuthi aphenye and okunye ke engikubonayo lana ukuthi ngathi kusemini la futhi ke ukushilo nawe ukuthi endlini kwakhanya kwakudingeka ukuthi kukhanye endlini kanti nangaphandle ke bekunjani
ngaphandle kwasekuba mnyama ngaphandle kwasekuba mnyama impela ngoba ngiyakhumbula ukuthi nani light lase next door kwangathi usually lele ngaphandle bayalikhanyisa
ngenkathi wena usungena
so mina mangena nje kwakungemnyama kangaka kodwa nje kwakusebusuku khona.
Your Lordship, outside it was dark on the day of the incident.
Come again?
Outside it was dark, or it was getting dark.
Okay.
That is on the day of the incident. There were lights that were somehow illuminating the area.
Okay.
That is, for an example, the Ngache's house. There were lights that were mounted at the house of the Ngaches, which were now illuminating or partly illuminating the area.
Can you assist me also? I want to fully understand what I'm looking at. If you are there where the vehicle is, by the look of the photo, one can deduce that the one side would be east and the other side would be west. Now, looking at the photo, how the shadows fall onto the surface, which you can see on the photo, one can deduce that the photo was taken during daytime.
Yabona ngizocela ungisize la. Uma sibheka ngapha mhlawumbe kulesi sithombe umuntu angakwazi ukuthi yabona ngapha ngaku right kwempumalanga sibheka ngaku left sithi ntshonalanga kanti uma sibheka le moto sibheka phansi
Mr. Interpreter, I didn't say which is east, which is west. I'm saying the one side is the one and the other side is the other, because we don't know. That's what I want her to tell us.
Oh,
Which would be, if we look at that photo, which side would be east and which side would be
as
west.
the purpose, my lord. My apologies, my lord. Kanti ke inkosi enkantolo ayisho ukuthi ngapha ku east ngapha ku west ne ngiyaxolisa usungasitshela ke wena ukuthi u east ukuphi la u west ukuphi njengoba sesibona ukuthi lapha yana ke kunomthunzi lapha phansi lokho kungasho ukuthi mhlawumbe ke isithombe sathathwa kusemini okanye ilanga lisekhona.
And before you answer that, I know that not all of us are very conscious about east, west, south, and you are not forced to answer that question. But I'm saying, for in case, because you are saying it's your mother's house, in case you know, can you put us into light about where is east and where is
inkantolo ibuza njena ke ilokhu yaqapha ukuthi bakhona abethu abangazi ukuthi mhlawumbe masikhuluma ngempumalanga sikhuluma ngani ingakuphi okanye intshonalanga ingakuphi kodwa ke sothatha ukuthi mhlawumbe uyayazi ukuthi
if you know.
uma ngabe uyakwazi lokho ungakwazi ukuthi mhlawumbe What does that say?
Okokuqala angazi ukuthi isithombe sasithathwe nini.
To start with,
Kodwa
I don't know when was this picture taken.
kodwa uyabona ukuthi kusemini.
One can tell that it is in the day.
But engikwazi ukuthi imoto mayifika noma yiphi imoto mayifika nje ifika ime khona lapha. Ungawukuthi phambidlana noma isemuva kancane noma umuntu decide ukuyiletha ngapha kuleli side ayihoxise ngapha noma decide ukubaka.
What I further know is that this is how the vehicle would usually be parked when it gets to the house, or it may be, driven deeper into the yard, straight down into the yard, or one can decide to park the vehicle on the right-hand side, as the witness is now showing, that is behind the wall or the fence that is being shown there.
I didn't help us by asking a question that is too long. My short question is, which is east and which is west? That is the gist of
Umbuzo wami lo ke ukuthi ungakwazi ukusitshela ukuthi east ikuphi, east ikuphi, west ikuphi?
if you know.
Mhlawumbe mawazi. I don't know.
Okay, no, it's okay.
If we can show you maybe photo 1 and 2 of Exhibit A. Well, perhaps, my lord, can we take the short adjournment at this stage? When we resume, we'll deal with this photo.
Oh. When we adjourned yesterday, I should have emphasized that from the moment you walked into that dock yesterday, the operating principle is that you are not allowed to discuss anything pertaining to this case with anyone, be it verbally or be it by sign language or even winking and whatever. Even through gadgets, you are not allowed to discuss this case.
Izolo mungena lapha lomnyango inkantolo befanele ukuthi isuka nje ikutshela ukuthi awufanele indlela okusetshenzwa ngakhona la enkantolo ngoba usuthatha istand nje sokuthi wena uzofakaza la enkantolo must ikhefu nje nanoma inini nje indaba ukuthi mawuloko nje wena ungufakazi la enkantolo awukhulumi namuntu ngale ngxenye zokufakaza ngamanye amazwi ne-sign language njengoba ujaji esho kanti ke nala ekutexteni ngisho amafoni siyawasebenzisa njalo manje ke awufanele ukuthi ukhulume namuntu.
Yes.
Understood, my lord? what must he?
Just show where the vehicle was parked.
Awusibonise ke ukuthi imoto ibipake kuphi?
Imoto ibipake khona la ngaphakathi la.
This is where the vehicle was parked. And the light is showing between the two posts of the gate, inside of the gate, on the other side of the, just in that vicinity of that coordinating tape.
Yes, you may proceed. You explained that they were trying to put him in the vehicle and you mentioned the names of those people. What happened further?
Busasitshela ke ukhuluma ngamagama labantu ababekhona laphayana ke kwase kwenzakalani?
Hayi ke ngase ngiyaqhubeka ke ngabona ukuthi mina kubezama ukumfaka emotweni ngavula umnyango wangaphambili wemoto kwa left.
Now, given the fact that I observed they were trying to help him into the vehicle, I then proceeded to the left door of the vehicle, that is the left passenger door. I opened that left passenger door of the vehicle.
So is it front or rear?
Left front.
Yes.
So before ngizovula ke lo mnyango lo ngaphambili khona wayephambi kwami ngisakhumbula kodwa ukuthi kwakuubani. So ngamdlula ngayovula lo mnyango wase ngena phakathi emotweni and then ngase nginqamulela phakathi kwemoto phakathi naphakathi kwezihlalo.
Now, I cannot recall who was the person in front of me or next to me at the time that I was proceeding towards the left front passenger door. I walked past that person, opened the left front door of the vehicle. I then got into the vehicle. I then maneuvered myself inside of the vehicle, past the seats.
What did you say?
Oh.
She maneuvered herself
Past the seats inside of the vehicle, my lord. The witness had not yet finished as to what was her attempt or what was she attempting. Uyasho ukuthi waseke uya undlula ihlalo nje ngalapho.
Ngadlula ke ihlalo lezo ngoba umnyango wangemuva kwa right bese bewuvulile bezama ukumfaka phakathi. Mina ke mengena ke emotweni ngase ngimbamba la ngaphansi kwamahlombe ngezama ukumphulela ukumdonsela ngaphakathi.
The purpose was that given the fact that, my lord, the rear right door of the vehicle was already opened and they were trying to load him into the vehicle, I then maneuvered myself past the seats to the back and held him from behind underneath. The witness was just now demonstrating that her arms were sort of under the armpits or under the arms of the person that they were trying to load into the vehicle to try and pull him into the vehicle as well.
You went to the right side of the vehicle. The rear left door was open.
Left front, you went to the left front.
She went to the
Yeah,
left.
but how was the rear left door? Was it open or closed?
It was closed.
It was closed, my lord.
Okay, and you passed it.
The
You went and opened the front left door, which is the passenger door.
Kunjalo.
kunjalo ngoba kwakunomuntu wayephambili angisakhumbula ukuthi ubani wayelapho lo kulesi sihlalisa kulomnyango wangemuva
Emnyango
ngaphandle ngaphandle
Yes, my lord. There was a person that was standing outside at the left rear door. It is that person that I've referred to, the person that was in front of me. I walked past them because they were standing right at the left rear door, and then I proceeded to the left front door, which is the passenger door.
And then you embarked onto the vehicle.
That's correct, my lord.
And you're speaking of maneuvering. In other words, you were at the front, in the area where the front seat is, and you did not position yourself to face forward.
Ngasuka la ngangene khona ngase ngiyanqamlela ngaya emuva ngomzimba wonke ngangena emuva
In essence, my lord,
ngisuka phambili.
I went into the vehicle. As I embarked the vehicle, my intention was not to sit there.
Yeah.
I then maneuvered myself or bypassed others' seats so that I can go at the front or go to the to the back seat, so that I can go to the back seat.
Mr. Balo, is there any picture showing the inside of the vehicle?
No, my lord, we're just trying to show the picture that was on the screen. This photo 3 of exhibit B, my lord, on page 22. If you can maybe just use the photos just for illustration purposes.
Photo 3.
Yes. Of exhibit B.
Yeah, remember I'm now inquiring into what she's outlining about what happened once she had embarked
Yes.
into the vehicle.
Yes.
Because we know that the front seats are opposite each other. There might be, depending on the make of the vehicle, there might be a space in between the seats. And you are saying once inside the vehicle, you didn't face forward. In other words, you were facing backward onto the area of the back seat.
Iloko kusho should wena mongena azange uhlala ubheke phambili. Should wena ungenile wase uya ngasemuva okanye wabheka ngasemuva. Kulesihlalo esingasemuva.
Ngingenile ngeqa iarmrest ngomzimba wami wonke ngahamba ngayimuva ngomzimba wami wonke ngayimuva.
I got into the vehicle and then jumped over the armrest with my entire body displaced into the back of the vehicle, or that is the back seat of the vehicle.
Okay, now I understand. Okay.
Yes, you may continue.
So
And then kwase kuthi sengingaphakathi ngambamba la ngaphansi kwamakhwapha ngase ngimdonsela ngaphakathi.
when I was inside there at the back, I then held him in his armpit or underneath his arms and then pulled him into the vehicle.
So you received Senzo from inside, whilst the others were placing him inside the vehicle from outside.
Good job. Should wena ke wamthola wamamukela ke ngaphakathi ukuthi khona laba bangaphandle ke abe bemfaka ngaphakathi.
Kunjalo.
It is indeed so, my lord.
Yes?
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ke ngabona ukuthi nenyawo futhi zazisasele ngaphandle umnyango ungavaleki ngase ngidonsa ke inyawo lezo ngase ngiyameqa ngayohlala ngase ngako right we stop.
I then realized that the legs were protruding to the outside of the vehicle. I pulled them back into the vehicle and then jumped over him or went to the the farthest end, which is the right-hand side of that rear seat, to go and sit there.
On which side of the rear seat did you end up?
On the right-hand side of the rear seat, my lord.
Yes?
Yes. You proceed.
And then ke engikhumbula ukuthi uKelly wayedriver wangena ngale ku driver seat.
What I also recall is that Kelly was the one that was driving the vehicle, so she embarked the vehicle on the driver's seat. Kelly.
Okay. Can you explain to me, you are there on the rear seat on the right side? I would presume you mean the far right side of the rear seat. And earlier on you spoke about drawing Senzo's feet inward. Now if we think of the make of a vehicle, there will be the rear seat and there will be leg space there at the rear. And when you say you drew Senzo's feet inward, did you draw them as far as no longer being on the rear side, on the rear seat, or on the rear part, on the rear right part of the vehicle, or were they still there? Because if you say you sat there, where was his feet then?
Okay, ngafuphe nje ukuthi ngoba udonse inyawo nje uyidonsela kuphi phezulu kwesihlalo o uyidonsela ngoba phela angisho wena uthi ubuhleli ugcinisa uhlala ngapho ngesokudla imlenze noma inyawo zikaSenzo zikuphi lokukhumbula ke ukuthi imoto zinokuba ke nespace mhlambe sokubeka inyawo kube yabona indawo lana ke sihlala khona inyawo kuyibeke kanjani ke ezikaSenzo ukuthi wena ekugcineni ukwazi ukuhlala lapho
Khona mengikhumbula kahle sasimpintshekile impela ngoba ngayidonsa from ngingaphakathi ngayidonsela ngaphakathi ukuthi ihlale la inyawo ihlala khona kodwa ke ispace esasingapha ngasemnyango kwa right sasesincane ngempela ngoba ngangihleli ngecele.
Well, honestly speaking, it was the space was quite confined, or was quite confining. We were squeezed in there, inside of the vehicle. Even the space that I am referring to, the space where I sat at, it was so small that I only sat on the side.
Okay.
And the feet of the deceased, where were they resting?
They were resting. Beziphansi.
They were on the floor.
Kodwa zazisondele kakhulu ngakumina.
Though they were on the floor, the inclination of their feet were on my side.
And his torso?
Umzimba
wawungemuva nje ulele kanjani.
The torso was on the remaining part of the rear seat, my lord.
Yes?
You mentioned that your sister Kelly Kumalo occupied the driver's seat. Were there any other occupants in the vehicle?
Uthi uKelly behleli esihlalweni somshayeli babe khona nje abanye abantu ngaphandle labantu sokhulume ngabo ngaphakathi emotweni
Yebo, emotweni kwakukhona utumelo.
Yes,
kuphinde
there
kube
were
khona
other occupants. There were other occupants. It was also Tumelo,
kuphinde kube khona umthokozisi.
and then there was Mtogozisi.
Noma ngeke ngikhumbule ukuthi sasihleli silandelana kanjani kodwa sasikhona sonke emotweni.
Even though I cannot tell the positioning of our occupation or occupancy of the vehicle, but what I can recall is that we were all occupants in that vehicle.
Yes?
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ke kwakukhona ithawula ababelisebenzisa elalilincanyana nje li-light blue mhlambe isiqeshana esingaka sethawula angazi noma ngathi hand towel noma yini esasisetshenziswa ukuthi babesibeke la kuyena esifubeni.
Now, there was a little towel. I'm not sure as to whether it would be safe to say that it was a hand towel that was being used to put or to dress the front portion, and the witness has just pointed on the front portion of the torso, just in the vicinity of the abdomen and perhaps the thoracic region.
Yes?
Yes, and what was the purpose thereof?
Is the way in Inkoso.
Mina ngathola sebelibekile vele ithawula bebeka ukuthi kube ne pressure esifubeni.
I found that the towel had already been placed there, just to compress or to give some compression of the chest with it.
Yes?
Did you see whether the deceased was bleeding or not from the wound?
Uke wabona ukuthi umufi ubewopha noma?
Mabona khona ubopha kodwa kwakungekuningi kakhulu kwakungekuningi.
Well, I did witness that the deceased was bleeding, albeit not profusely, but I did witness that the deceased was bleeding.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ungaqhubeka?
And then ke njengoba sasilapha ngaphakathi sasilokhu sishintshana ke ukusiza ukuthi sibeke ipressure embobeni le yayilapha.
Now, all of us who were occupying that vehicle, we were taking turns to compress on the wound. That is where, the towel was.
Yes?
Yep.
And then ke ukhelwa idriver futhi driver egijima.
Now, Kelly was driving, and she was driving at a high speed.
Yes?
Yes, you may proceed.
And then while isamsiza kanjalo uSenzo mase sofika ngase emarobotini asebuthilong ngoba ngangimbambile ngibeka isandla futhi la ithawula lalikhona.
Now we drove up to the point in the vicinity of the Butsilong as we were driving like that, because my hand was right at that particular area where where he was bleeding. My hand was placed on that area. Anifike Butsilong.
Ngangiphinde futhi ngimthinte nasebusweni ngithi Senzo vula amehlo Senzo vula amehlo sesiyafika esibhedlela.
And I also kept on touching his face, or perhaps shaking his face and saying that, Senzo, stay alive, wake up or rather keep your eyes opened. We are just about to arrive at the hospital. Lordship, the witness is getting emotional now.
Do you want a comfort break?
To be careful, can you?
My lord, maybe we can just take a 5 minutes comfort break. Ms. Kumalo, you mentioned the word Butsilong. What type of place is that?
ebuthilong kusesibhedlela.
It is the hospital.
Yes, we can proceed.
And then mangilokho ngizama ukumkhulumisa ngimthinta ebusweni ngizama ukumxoxisa ukuthi avula amehlo.
No, at the
Ngoba
time
waye
that I-
weqa kanje.
So I was busy trying to talk to him, keep him, conscious, and make attempts to make sure that his eyes are open. I kept on touching his face whilst doing that.
Yeah.
Yes, we may proceed.
Yeah, loko zama kanjalo.
And then ngiyakhumbula ukuthi kwesinye isikhathi sakhona lapho ngangibeka isandla ngasesiswini kanje ngamuza ukuthi uyaqala uyabanda.
Now I remember during those attempts I placed my hand on the abdominal area and I could tell that the body temperature was now decreasing.
Yes.
Yeah, perhaps just put it in simple terms. If you say the body temperature was decreasing, what does it mean?
Shisa bekwehla.
Ukufudumala kwakhe kokungasafani. Ngoba ngangibambe ngala ngaphezulu ngiphinde ngibambe ngala ngezansi kwakungasafani.
There were varying body temperatures on the same body. I had placed my hand on the lower abdominal area and the other one on top, that is on the Lordship, there's on the chest, just on the manubrium area.
The what area?
On the chest area, just below the throat or the thorax, man. There was a demonstration, my lord. Perhaps it will assist because perhaps you can say this was the other hand was on the clavicle, or the collarbone. And another one was on the sort of lower abdominal area. And then the witness indicates that that's when she realizes that the body temperatures are varying, are not the same.
Yes, we may proceed.
And then seqa kama robot lawo sawungena esibhedlela.
We then drove past the robots and entered the hospital.
Yes.
Yebo.
Masifika ke lapha ku security wathi security asayine sathi asikwazi ukusayina kuyaphuthuma.
When we got there, the security guard then said that we should sign in. We then said to him, no, we cannot sign in. This is emergent.
Yes.
Yebo.
Yes.
And then yahamba ke imoto yoma ngase reception kanje noma ngase reception ngaphandle kwesibhedlela ngiyakhumbula ukuthi kwakubhalwe emergency phezulu.
The vehicle then drove up to that spot where there was a writing emergency. I should think it was a reception area of the emergency section.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then masiqeda ukuma imoto lapho ngavula umnyango ngoba vele ngangihleli fastereni lapho.
Now, after the vehicle had stopped, I then opened the door because I was seated at the right rear seat that is just next to the window of the vehicle.
The place where you drove to, is it a designated emergency zone, or did you just go because it was written
Leon,
emergency? In other words, what, is it a place where they have also indicated on the surface which they indicated as an emergency zone, or was it just maybe a neon sign indicating an emergency?
Manje ke leyo ndawo ke uma nifike lapha bekuyindawo vele bekelwe ukuthi imoto ephumayo zipake khona okanye nivele nayo upaka lapho ngenxa ukuthi ngibone leya sign ethi emergency na noma la phansi bekunga dwetshwanga
Sapaka lapha ngoba kwakuno emergency phezulu owawukhanya, so ngingazi noma indawo yakhona ngempela ye-emergency noma emergency wakhona useceleni angazi, kodwa sabona nje iboard elibhalwe emergency sama khona lapho ngase ngiyangena ke mina kuqala.
Okay, ningaqaphela ukuthi mhlambe kune parking emergency.
Ngizanginake.
Yes, Your Lordship, there was indeed that neon emergency sign. We drove to that sign or to the immediate vicinity of that sign just because we have seen that sign, my lord. We did not observe as to whether was the emergency parking or a designated area, therefore emergency parking, my lord.
Okay.
Yes, you may proceed. So you opened the door.
Wase uvula umnyango.
Ngavula kumnyango ngaphuma ngigijima nakhona.
I opened the door and alighted the vehicle, running at that.
And then ngangena ngaphakathi ngathola kwakukhona usisi wayese reception.
I walked into the building and I found a lady there at the reception area.
Nabanye nje ababemile nje lapho.
And there were also other bystanders there, people that were just standing there.
And then ngafika ngamemeza ke ngathi ngicela usizo.
I then screamed and I said that, can I receive help? Can I receive help?
Basondela ke kumina.
And then
ngayobabonisa imoto la sidinga usizo khona.
they approached me and then I led them to the vehicle where such help was needed at.
And then abanye bakhona babelandela nombhede lo we-stretch.
And some of them came with a stretcher.
Yes.
And then masifika ke bona aba-take over before bamthatha ke bamzama ukumkhipha emotweni thina sesimele eceleni.
And upon their arrival, right where the vehicle was, they were the very people that took him. They were trying to take him and put him onto the stretcher, and we were just standing aside.
Yes.
Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi mina noKelly sasibambene sihagana sikhamfathana ngaleso sikhathi.
I remember during the time myself and Kelly, we were hugging each other, embracing each other, comforting each other.
Yes.
Base bayamthatha ke bambeka ku stretcher lesi sinamasondo, then bamthatha bamsa ngaphakathi bamfaka egumbini lalingaphakathi.
They then took him, placed him onto the stretcher, the roller stretcher, and they pushed him into their premises and placed him into some room in the premises. That is into the building, and they drove him, or rather pushed him into some room in the building.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then nathi ke salandela ngemuva safike
We also followed.
and then safika kwe futhi thina sasifuna ukungena ngaphakathi phakathi sokwathiwa asikwazi ukungena kodwa khona indawo nje evulekile inezihlalo eceleni kwathiwa sime lapho.
We followed, and we also wanted to follow them to the very internal areas of that building, and then we were told not to go as far as that, but that there is a designated area for people to sit at. There are seats there.
Yes.
And then sama ke salinda kuthema salinde kanjalo bese besamxilonga ngaphakathi kwafika uma ehamba nolonga.
Now, we waited there inside while we were still waiting because they were busy examining him. My mother and Longwe arrived.
Yes.
Yes.
And then ke makusenjalo uma wafika wasibuzwa wathi bambeke kuphi right.
While at that, my mother then asked us, where did they place him at? Is he all right?
And then mina ngakhomba nje ngathi bamfake kuleliya room.
I only signaled with my finger, as the witness has just demonstrated now, that they have placed him in that room.
Yes.
So you may proceed.
And then Mawa hamba ke waya towards that room.
My mother then walked towards that room.
Yes.
And then a few seconds later sisamile nathi lapho. Ngezwe umama eqhuma ngengilo on the other side.
Should be kind. While we're still standing there, a few seconds down the line, my mother then started crying or lamenting while she was on that other side. We could hear her from there.
Did you hear your mother voicing lamentations from inside, or did she emerge amidst lamentations?
Uye wamuzwa nje ekhala nje lapho okanye uye wafika la ukhona nambona ukuthi manje uyakhala. Uzwe nje ngesililo nje.
Ngezwe nje ngesilile memeza ekhala kwakuzwakala ukuthi uyakhala uma ka memezi nje ngenasidingo.
She audibly cried, my lord. And usually when she cries, she doesn't scream. But this time around, there was that blast of a cry from her.
Yes.
So you may proceed.
Nami ke ila ngabona khona ukuthi khona into engahambi kahle ngaphakathi.
This is also where I realized that there's something that is not okay inside there.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ngiyakhumbula ukuthi uma weza kuthina la sasime khona.
I remember my mother came where we were standing.
Mangizama ukukhumbula kahle ngazi ukuthi wayehamba nomunye wo doctor noma wo nurse ngaphakathi.
If I recall, she was in the company of one of the doctors or nurses from inside there.
Basho ukuthi usenza kasekho.
And then they said that Senzo is no longer.
Who said so? Was it your mother or the doctor?
Ubani washo kanjalo? Uma wakho noma
Ngazuthi
udokotela?
udoctor if ngikhumbuza ngikhumbula ngazuthi udoctor washo njalo.
I'm trying to remember, but if my
but
memory
it's one
serves
of
me
them.
well, it was the doctor. It was the doctor that said so.
Yes.
And
Please,
then
you may proceed.
uKelly wayesecela ukuthi ayombona.
Then Kelly requested for a permission to go see him.
Yes.
Wayesecela ukuthi ngibelezele ngaphakathi.
She further asked me to accompany her inside there.
Yes.
And then sangena noKelly sobabili egumbini la elele khona.
The both of us, myself and Kelly, went into the room in which he was lying.
Yes.
You may proceed.
And then uKelly wayesekhuluma naye ngisakhumbula ukuthi uhayithini kuyena.
Kelly then started to talk to him. I cannot remember what she was saying exactly.
And then wayesemqabula esiphongweni.
She then kissed him on the forehead.
Wayesemkhipha amacici ewafakile.
She took out the earrings that he had.
Angisakhumbuli noma newashi khona iwashi ayilifakile, I think inalo walikhipha futhi.
And also, even though I cannot clearly remember, but that she also took out the watch that he was wearing. There's a demonstration there, my lord, that the watch was worn on the wrist.
So now that is the watch that the deceased was wearing on his wrist.
Yes.
That's correct.
And the earrings are the ones that Kelly was wearing that she took off.
Ama-earring abegqokoba noKelly noma
Amacici ayifake uSenzo. uSenzo wayeselela uKelly wafika wamsusa amacici wayesemkhipha newashi.
It was Senzo that had put on the earrings. Then Kelly took off those earrings and proceeded to take out the watch as well.
Yeah.
Yes, you may proceed.
Wayesekhuluma naye isikhashana.
And then she spoke with him for a while.
And then sase siyaphuma ke egumbini.
We then walked out of that room.
Yes.
Sase siyohlanganyela nabanye ke la sasime khona eqaleni.
We went together with the others that we had initially were standing with at that spot.
Yes.
Mase lapho angikhumbula ukuthi ubani wayenzani okwangempela, but wonke umuntu wayemuva nje, abanye bayakhuluma, abanye bawu2, abanye bawu3, but nje sasikhona nje lapho.
Well, while we were at that, I cannot particularize the actions of each and every person that were with us together there. 2 were there. It was some sort of a scene that had some movements. 3 was there. They were talking there, here and there.
Yes.
And then ekuthema kusenjalo kwafika ubabthwala.
While at that, Mr. Twala arrived.
So which Mr. Twala?
Chico Twala.
That is Chico Twala.
Yes.
Do you perhaps know as to how he happened to arrive at the hospital?
Uyakwazi lokho ukuthi kuze
Angazi
kanjani
mina.
afike lapha?
Ngambona nje sefika.
I don't know how did it come about. I only saw him arriving there at the hospital.
And then kwathi makusuka lapho base bamtshela ukuthi uSenzo akasekho.
Thereafter, he was told that Senzo is no longer.
Wavele wehla ngobonda la eme khona wavele wahlala phansi.
He then slid down the wall where he was standing until he was able to sit down.
Yes.
And then makusenjalo kwafika abantu ababebaningi kwakwabadlali bebhola.
While at that, a crowd of people arrived, or multitude of people arrived there. I think they were soccer players,
Neyintombi zabo abanye
some of them with their girlfriends,
kwakukhona futhi uMandisa nabangani bakhe.
and there was also Mandisa amidst them, together with her friends.
And just for record purposes, who is Mandisa?
Mandisa,
uMandisa kwakumuntu kaSenzo.
umuntu kaSenzo.
Angazi noma ngathi umfazi wakhe noma.
Oh, okay. Mandisa was Senzo's partner. I cannot tell as to whether was she the wife or, but I know that she was Senzo's partner.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then mabengena kwakuMandisa hamba nabangani bakhe phambili.
Now it was Mandisa as they walked in, and she was in front, together with her friends.
And then mabefika baqonda straight kuKelly bafike bamshaya
Bamshaya.
bamshaya bamdonsa neinwele wayenza ama braidings bawahlutha awu2 waphuma.
Now upon their arrival, they went straight to Kelly, and they started assaulting Kelly. Pulled out the braids because she had the braids on her head.
Ama braids la fana nama cornrows yabona.
These braids, as the witness is trying to explain, these are the braids that look like the cornrows.
Come again? I can't be.
She says it is the braids that look like your
cornrows.
cornrows. The cornrows.
Cornrows.
Cornrows, my lord.
How do you spell that one?
Please spell it.
Abanye bathi straight back, abanye bathi ama cornrows, but nje kuhama line kodwa a thick ayangemuva.
Others would say that it's a straight back.
Straight?
Straight back, a straight back. At least that I know, my lord.
Igama lesitayile.
And then others will say it's a cornrows. It's a cornrows. You know, these are thicker. Sometimes it could be those thicker lines, my lord, that are braided. Thicker lines from front to the back of the head, straight to the back of the head.
Yes, thanks. And who assaulted your sister, Kelly?
uMandisa nabangani bakhe.
It was Mandisa together with her friends.
Yes.
Mayelokhu emlisa kanjalo elokhu emkhomba ethi usumbulele.
Now, as she was busy fighting her like that, she kept on pointing at her and saying to her that you've already killed him. You've killed him.
Who was saying that?
Mandisa.
Mandisa was saying that. Mandisa besho kanjalo.
Yes.
Yebo.
And then sase siyasuka sazama ukubahlukanisa ke
We then went to them to try and separate them.
baze bahlukana ke. And then
Eventually, they separated.
ngamtshela mina uMandisa ngathi Mandisa akusona isikhathi lesi.
I then told Mandisa and said, Mandisa, this is not the time.
Futhi uSenzo bengasi umuntu othanda umsindo.
And Senzo was not a person that actually liked hostility.
So azami ukuthi mhlambe noma siza ukuthi amaphapha phezulu sehlisa umoya sibhekane nesimo esibhekane naso
Now
manje.
let us try. No matter how aggrieved we may be feeling, or how bad we may be feeling at that time. Let's just try to calm down and focus on this situation or on this challenge that we are faced with right now.
Yes.
And then emva kwakho konke lokho I remember ukuthi ngangwalka ngimotweni.
So after all that had happened, I remember that I was now walking towards the vehicle.
And then ifone yami yaringa.
Then my phone rang.
Nakhona mangithi ngiyayibheka because bengaze ngiyibheke isikhathini eside. Ngathola ukuthi kade vele lokhu ikhala ngayinakile.
And when I looked at the phone, because there was a considerable time that I had ignored looking at the phone or checking the phone, and I saw that it was ringing several times.
Yes, just a minute.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ngayibamba ke leyo ngoba kwakuyinamba nami futhi engayazi.
I then picked up that call. I was thinking myself, that was a number unknown to me.
And then efonini kanjalo mangiqala ngithi hello, and then usisi lo wayengemuva wathi Zandi yimina uMama Joy.
Now, when I picked up the phone, the person who was phone calling said hello, Mautwena, hello. When I said hello, she then said to me, Zandi, this is myself, Mama Joy.
And who's Mama Joy?
Ubani Mama Joy?
uMama Joy ngangivamisa ukumbona makuthiwa sibukela ibhola ngimbona iTV.
This is the woman that I would usually see on TV when watching a soccer match, perhaps. You know, she'll be clad with
egqoke impahla ze-Orlando Pirates.
Clad with the Orlando Pirates regalia.
So what is Zandi kwenzakaleni?
You then had a conversation with Mama Joy. What happened further? You don't need to dwell on that. What happened further after the conversation?
Wakhuluma naye-ke
Wabuza ukuthi kwenzakaleni ngase ngiyamchazela ke.
She asked me what happened. I then explained to her what happened.
Nakhona futhi nakhona ngiyamchazela ngiyakhala at the same time.
As I was explaining to her, I was crying as well.
And then naye ke emva kwalapho wavala ifoni.
She also hung up the phone because she also started crying. So she hung up the phone as well.
Yes.
And then ke sase singena emotweni. Emotweni ngiyakhumbula ukuthi kwakuyimina noKelly noTumelo.
We subsequently went into the vehicle, embarked the vehicle. I remember the occupants at the time. It was myself, Kelly, Tumelo. Nobody?
Angisakhumbuli kodwa ukuthi uma wangena nathi noma waphinde wabuyela emotweni kaLongwe angisakhumbuli kahle.
I cannot clearly remember as to whether my mother also embarked the same vehicle which we were occupying at the time, or that she went back to Longwe's vehicle. That I cannot recall.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ungaqhubeka.
And then ke sangena emotweni sahamba sabuyela ekhaya.
We got into the vehicle, drove back home.
Now, just for record purposes, which vehicle is this now?
This is the X6.
It was the X6 vehicle. The X6.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then sangena ke X6 sahamba sayikhaya. Masifika ekhaya ngathola sekunama tape avale lapho kumele kube negate khona.
We drove back home, and upon arrival at home, we found that where we should be entering, there already were the tapes that were cordoning that area off.
Yes.
If we can show you photo 1 and 2 of Exhibit A. If you can use the photo to illustrate your evidence.
Singazama ukuthi usebenzise lesi sithombe ukuthi ukwazi ukuthi umfanekiso ubufakazi bakho.
Sathi mase sifika thina sima ngala sabona ukuthi sekunama tape wona la onowabonayo khona la, and then ukhelo hamba futhi wapaka la eceleni.
We came and stopped initially where the driveway begins, just at the capstone of the driveway. The witness has also pointed on the left post of that gate, next to it, my lord, next to the left post of the gate, right there where the capstone is. And then upon a realization that there's those tapes that had cordoned off that area there, Kelly then drove a little bit forward to go and park at that area depicted by the picture. And the area depicted by the picture is on the right, my lord.
Yes?
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ke saphuma ke emotweni, mina ngathi mangiphuma nje emotweni ngayiphakamisa I tape le ngase ngena ngaphansi.
We came out of the vehicle, and personally when I alighted the vehicle, I saw that tape. I lifted up that tape and I went under it.
Yes?
Yes, you may proceed.
And then mengifika mina masifika thina sipaka imoto la kwakunabantu vele istrati sesibusy, and then noma futhi ungena ngaphakathi ejardini kunabantu kunamaphoyisa kunezimoto zamaphoyisa kanjalo.
Now, another thing, upon our arrival there already were people in the street, just the bystanders, and the scene was a moving scene. People were moving, and even inside of the yard, there already were people who were occupying the yard as well. The police officers had also arrived at the scene.
Yes?
And then ke masifika sangena ngaphakathi endlini.
Upon arrival, we then went inside of the house.
Yes?
Yebo.
Mangifika mina ngaphakathi ngiyakhumbula ukuthi kwakunabantu futhi phakathi ngingazi ukuthi obani kahle kahle abanye babe introduce beyibiza ngamaphoyisa bethi yangazi ubrigadier bani sesebenza isikhathi singakanani ku police force.
When I got inside of the house, there already were people who were occupying the house or who were inside of the house during the time. People that were unknown to me, some of them were even introducing themselves to say that I am Brigadier so-and-so working for the SAPS.
Yes.
And then futhi kwakukhona nomunye umuntu wesimame owayinama-threats nyana nje amafishane omkhudlwana ngomzimba.
There was another lady as well who was having dreadlocks, shorter dreadlocks. And now the demonstration of the witness is shorter. She had just used the side of the face beneath the ears, just below the ears.
And then wayese chaza kusisi lo ukuthi I think wathi usebenzela uhulumeni angazi wayisho nje I-position yakhe lapho.
Okay. And this, further on, there was just a part of her evidence which was omitted in terms of the interpretation, that she was bigger. She had a bigger physique. Okay, what's it in it?
Wayese chaza ukuthi ubani usebenzela uhulumeni.
She introduced herself, who she was, and that she's working for the government.
Igama nje angisalikhumbuli kahle kodwa futhi wayehamba nabanye futhi ababeseceleni kwakhe.
Now, I cannot recall her name, but she was in the company of others that were with her there. Abebesebenza naye.
base bayakhuluma ke besiphephisela ngento enzekile nani nani.
Now they started talking to us and comforting us about what had transpired.
And then kwathi makusenjalo nganotice ukuthi iskipa lesi ihoodie lengangiyifakile egrey yayinegazi.
I was wearing a hoodie sweater that I then realized at the time that it was a grey hoodie sweater, which when I looked at it, I realized that it was stained with blood.
Come again?
When I looked at that hoodie sweater, my lord, that I was wearing, which was a grey hoodie sweater, I looked at it, I realized that it was stained with blood.
There's a word you mentioned, which you before sweater you mentioned something. You said
Hoodie. It was a hoodie.
Hoodie, my lord.
Hoodie, my lord. My lord, for the sake of the record of the court, she didn't say that it was a hoodie sweater. She just said that it was a hoodie. And it was then interpreted completely to say that it was a hoodie sweater, right?
yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ngase ngiyangena ke ekamereni leli ukhela ibalekele kulona.
I then got into the bedroom in which Kelly had fled into or ran into,
Okwakuyelami isikhathi ngisahlala ekhaya.
which was my bedroom at the time that I was still residing at home.
Yes.
And then ngase ngiyayikhumula ke ngase ngifaka ifake coat emnyama.
I then took off that hoodie or the hoodie sweater and put on a fur coat.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then ngabuyela ke ngahlala e-dining room while ngisahleli lapho kulokhu kufika abantu amaphoyisa abanye baya up and down amaphoyisa kanjalo endlini.
I then went to sit in the dining room, the dining room lounge.
La
dining room,
ngisibonisa khona,
I went to sit at the dining room as depicted by the pictures here. And then while seated like that, there were some people that would be, coming and others are going, and some of them were police officers and so on.
And then okunye ngikukhumbulayo ukuthi sithe masangena eminyango ngalesi sikhathi sangena eminyango ifoni kaSenzo ibingaphansi just nje eceleni kwesitofu but ngaphansi ivele kancane masangena sibuya phandle esibhedlela.
When we just stepped into the house, Senzo's phone was in kitchen. It was
Kitchen part
in
of
the
the
kitchen, just underneath the stove there. It had just slightly protruded from underneath the stove.
Under the what?
The stove, my lord.
Yes.
Yes, we'll get to that in a bit. What else did you observe?
Wasuqaphela nani futhi?
And then masingena lapho ngabona i-crush le kaTumelo esasiyisebenzisa ukushaya labo bantu.
I also saw Tumelo's crutch. The one that we were using to fight the attackers with.
And then ngase ngiphinde ngibona isigqoko esasifakwe ususpect number 1 noma dreadlocks.
I also saw the hat, which was worn by suspect number 1, the one with the dreadlocks.
Yes?
Now, you say it was worn by the suspect with dreadlocks. Can you just explain to the court why do you say that?
Othi-ke kwakuyisgqoko sesigqoke yilona umngeneleni befakile khonjani isigqoko leso. Ungathatha lo wama-dreadlocks, ungathathela inkantolo ukuthi ingani usho njalo.
Ngoba la ngangihleli khona mayesikhomba ngesibhamethi ikhipha imali nama cellphone ngabheka ebusweni ngasibona ukuthi usifakile and then nalomunye ungemuva o accused number 2 wayifake ihoodie.
Because at the time they were demanding money and cell phones, I lifted up my eyes and looked at him, saw his face. I was able to see his face and I realized that he was also wearing that hat. Accused number 2 was wearing a hoodie. Accused number 2.
I think you are interchanging terminology. You are speaking about suspect number 1 and accused number 2.
Accused number 2, my lord.
And what number attaches to suspect number 1 in terms of designations of accused persons?
I guess suspect wokuqala ngisho umsobo mayelana nokuthi masebe la enkantolo phela abamangalelwa ngisho ungathi yena ke ummangalelwa wesingakhi la enkantolo.
Hayi angikazi. Sisho accused number 1 akithi 2 noma 1.
Lalela cha le endaweni yesigameko sikhuluma ngabaso suspects la enkantolo sikhuluma ngabo accused abamangalelwa angisho wena ke ukhulume waqala wakhuluma ngomsolwa wathi lolo befake ihoodie ummangalelwa wesibili uyazwisisa asakhulumi ke manje ke suspect ummangalelwa wesibili manje sithanda ukwazi ke ukuthi lo ususpect wokuqala ungathi ummangalelwa wesingakhi la enkantolo.
Cha angimboni la enkantolo
Lo wokuqala.
Ngisamkhumbula.
Now the first suspect, I can't see him here in court, my lord.
And by the first suspect,
I can't remember.
Are you referring to what you referred to yesterday as the first intruder?
Maskuluma nge suspect le. Sikhuluma ke ngalo othi kube intruder yokuqala okanye umngeneli lokuqala.
Yebo.
That is correct, my lord. The first suspect is the first intruder in accordance with that testimony, my lord.
Yes.
Yes, whilst we're still on this topic, are you able to give any other description of the first intruder?
Ngakwazi ukuthi mhlambe uphane ke ngencazelo nje kabanzi emayelana ke okanye usidwebele nje umfanekiso ogqamile omayelana ke nalo mngeneleli wokuqala.
including the clothes that he was wearing.
Sikhuluma ke nangeimpahla beyigqokile.
Lo owayephambili wayephethe isibhamu enamadreads acishe nje awamade wafika futhi la emahlombe amafishanyana nje alanga engasentameni.
This first one, who was in possession of the firearm, he further had the reasonably long dreadlocks. Long dreadlocks that is just under the jawbone. That is how far they could reach under the jawbone.
Yes.
And then wayefaka isigqoko esisikhoshi.
He was wearing a check kind of a hat.
And then okwe height wayengemude kakhulu wayengemfishane futhi kakhulu wayephathi nendawo.
Now, in terms of the height, he was neither too short nor too tall. He just had a middle height.
Yes.
And then isikhumba sakhe sasicwebezela simnyama. Nakhona futhi hayi kakhulu nyamanyana nje hayi kakhulu.
He had a shinier kind of a black complexion. He was not too dark though. He was dark. That I can ascertain that he was dark, but not very dark. The complexion was a darkish, shinier complexion of that man.
Just to avoid confusion, Mr. Interpreter, I think where you ended up, it doesn't confuse me. But a bit earlier on, you used the word black.
As the court pleases, my lord. She indicated that he was black, but not. Sorry, he was black. Yes, my lord, but not very dark. Perhaps he was dark, but not very dark, my lord.
Yeah.
As the court pleases.
I just want us to clarify, because I believe everybody who was there was black.
Was a black person. Yeah. I understand, my lord. I understand.
All right. Yes?
Yes, I understand.
Yes. What other description can you give?
Wayenobuso ngathini obukafekile kodwa obunama ngathini ngesilisi bathi ama contoured face.
He had a contoured face, my lord, as the witness also assisted. He had a contoured face.
Can you just explain in simple terms what that means?
Awuzama ukuthi uyehlise kancane nami ngikwazi ukuzwa kahle lapho.
Mangisho kanjalo ukuthi mawubheke i-jawline kanje.
Yeah.
Ihlathi uyalibona ithamba njengoba ulibona kumina.
Belivelele.
Bese neziqhomo zakhona futhi nazo ziyabonakala namehlo ayimakhuhlwana.
He had perhaps I should say a bolder jawbone, or a jawline that was clearly visible, and as well as the cheekbone, that as well was clearly visible. It was clearly visible, and namehla bemakhulu.
Ambe makhulu.
And he also had bigger eyes.
And then weight wengemkhulu engemncane futhi.
As far as weight is concerned, he wasn't too big, neither was he too small also in terms of the physique.
Yes. And the clothes, are you able to describe the clothes?
Angisakhumbuli
Impahla.
kahle empahleni. Angisakhumbuli kahle empahleni.
I can't remember clearly as far as the clothing items were concerned.
Yeah.
The firearm, you mentioned that it made a click sound. Are you able to give any other description?
What was the question?
You mentioned earlier on in your testimony that the firearm made a click sound. Are you able to give any other description?
But is Bamosesa Sakala Center click umsindo lo click. Ngabe khona okunye mhlawumbe ungafana ngakho?
Anginalo ulwazi lweyibhamu.
I
Anginaso
don't-
futhi nami.
I don't have a knowledge of firearms. I also don't have a firearm.
Engikukhumbulayo nje ukuthi sasiyidarkish
What I remember is that it was darkish
and then senza low click leyo engayizwayo.
and the clicking sound was made by that firearm.
Yes, can we
Yes.
then, can you give a description of the other suspect that you described as accused number 2?
And then
Okungumangalelo wesibili uthe umangalelo wesibili ungaphandle nesithombe sakhe yena ubenjani?
lo wesibili wayemude
The second one was tall
emncane ngomzimba
and he had a slender build body.
and then okuningi engangikubona ngoba wayefake ihood evale kanje ngangibona nje la esilevini.
Now, what I could see was the jaw and the chin area, because he had the hoodie covering his head.
And then ngabona futhi nala mawuya ngase wayibonakala vele ubuso kanje kodwa obviously kune shadow ye hood.
Well, I should say that one could reasonably see the face, and the witness is actually now pointing at the central part of the face. However, the challenge was that, given the fact that he had a hoodie on, there was that shading that was cast on the face or on the part of the face.
Yes.
What else? What other description can you give?
Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi wayefake ihood leyo lighting bangazuthi beige brown. Yeah, ikalapho nje.
I remember that the hoodie that he had, under the light, it would appear to be a combination of either brown, beige color.
Any other description, or is that all?
Yeah, that was
That would be all, man.
So please, my lord, will this be an appropriate time to take the long adjournment?
But I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. I don't think you'll come back. If he comes back, then I think I'll just take a stand. I saw it in the church. He's all over. He's standing there with the guy. He's from the very beginning. From the beginning. I don't know what's happening. Yes, I should.
Every indawo enye
So court, please, my lord, just for record purposes, we had to come and see the court in chambers to try and arrange dates. There's a reason for the delay for resuming after lunch.
Abameli lana bahambe bayobonana no judge ngale kule nkantolo ye judge okanye kule office ka judge ukuthi kuyokwenza amahlelo amayelana ke nama date wokuchubeka kwaleli cala. Isona ke sizathu esenza ukuthi sithi mhlambe ukulibaziseka ekuteni siqale emva kwekhefu le lunch.
So court pleases, my lord. Ms. Kumalo, we adjourned at the point when you were describing the clothing that accused number 2 had. You mentioned that he had a hood that was beige, brown in color. You can proceed from there. Is there any other description you can give?
Just to remind you, you're still under oath.
Uyakhumbula ke ukuthi usasengaphansi kwesifungo sokukhuluma iqiniso ngisho ma? Confirmed, my lord. Ubusasicacisela nje ngommangalelo wesibili kakhulukazi ezimpahleni zakho ukuthi ubegcoke njani. Ushilo ukuthi ubefake ube nehood naye. Kanti umbala lapho esikhuluma ngawo kwangathi umbala beige or brown njengoba usho phambili.
Abese futhi ngikukhumbula ukuthi ube nentshetshana nje encanyana la ibe ayithe qwaqwa nje ayiningi.
He also had a beard, just a smaller beard which did not fill the entire chin.
Yes? Yes, what else?
That would be about it.
Now, if we can come back to your observations in the kitchen when you came back from hospital. You've already mentioned the cell phone of the deceased.
Phezu kwesitofu nini?
Thina masibuye esibhedlela ngayibona nje iphezu kwesitofu kusho ukuthi wayecharger khona iplug eseceleni kwesitofu kusho ukuthi wayisebenzisa yona ukucharge.
At the time that we were coming from the hospital, the cell phone was on the stove because there is a charging point there. There's a plug that is next to the stove, which was being used to recharge the battery of the phone there.
Yes. Yes, what else did you observe?
And then ngabona futhi nesigqoko ebesigqokwe suspect number 1.
I also saw a hat which was worn by suspect number 1.
Yes.
Igona kodwa lokho ngakubona.
That's just about all that I had noticed in there.
We're going to show you photos 5 and 6
So Bonisa, photo number 5.
of Exhibit A.
Yeah, exhibit.
One of them appear on page 8 of the bundle. Page 8 of the bundle. Photo 5 and 6.
Yeah.
We are on photo 5, perhaps. If you can perhaps give your evidence using that photo as an illustration. It's photo 6 of Exhibit A.
Uyabona ke uma ungathula ubufakazi bakho usebenzisa ke lesi sithombe esilandelayo.
La lesi isigqoko lesi esasiqokwe suspect number 1,
This is the hat that was worn by suspect number 1.
and then le iyona icrush esasisebenzisa ukushaya suspect number 2.
And then that item over there, it's a crutch that was being used to hit suspect number 1,
Number 2.
suspect number 2 with.
And then makuya ngala ngasestofini ngoba istofu ilesi la phezulu. Makuya la ngasestofini ifoni kasenziwa yilapho. But ke kodwa mawubheke from phezulu isitheke kancane itop ye emakhabethe.
Right there, next to the crutch, towards the end or the foot end of the crutch, there is a depiction, and the light is still playing there on that border there, indicating that is a stove.
Indicating?
My lord,
Indicating what?
there's a stove there. Just when one were to see a picture above the light as shown there, there is a stove.
So the stove is near the crash.
Stove is set to the
Nathi
crutch.
crush la nasi istofu la.
That's correct, my lord. There's the crutch there. And there's the stove over there.
Yes.
Ukhulume ngetop ebingabonakali utheni?
Bese kune top yamakhabethe abantu bayazi ukuthi ini top. So ifoni mayila phansi uyibona awuyiboni yonke isidumbu sonke siphelele. Naso. Ifoni mayila phansi angeke usibone sonke isidumbu uzobona at least half wakhona.
Well, there is a top of that cabinet. And
A
when
top
the top of the cabinet, my lord,
Okay.
which is not depicted. And but at that very spot where the light is, that is where the phone was. And a person looking from a different angle would not be able to see the entirety of that phone. So a person would only see perhaps partly the device.
In what direction would the top you are talking about?
If
If you start from the crash, if I were to raise my eyes from the crash to the top you are talking about, what trajectory would you indicate?
Top ihamba la phezulu
Okay.
lantuzeni.
So it's running
Makhabetheni.
at a higher level, just as the
The
crash
cupboards
is
go.
positioned. All
That
right.
is correct, my lord. Uyasho ukuthi ithopu ngoba ngibonisa nje kanjena ingaba lapho la behamba khona ke le light khona la. Futhi kula itop le ikhona kodwa ke ayiveleli kulesithombe le top akhuluma ngayo.
But we'll show you another photo. Photo 12. Maybe if you're able to use that photo to illustrate.
Bona ukuthi i-top ngazuthi iya overlap kancane iza ngaphambili, so ifoni yayima la, so mawuyibheke from ume khona ngeke uyibone kahle kahle uzobona uhafu unless uqhamuka emnyango.
All right, uthi mawuyibheke ume kuphi?
Mawuyibheke ume la angeke uyibone kahle kahle uzobona uwafu
Oh, ngenxa yale top.
ngenxa yelitop uyabona yenza isithunzi la so ithunzi lakhona lihamba lize liyofika ezansi.
Okay. Your Lordship, this is now the proper depiction of what I'm talking about. If one is standing right next to that cabinet there, and one can see the top of the cabinet.
That's photo number?
Your Lordship?
Photo number 12, my lord. Of Exhibit B, it's on page 28 of the bundle.
Yeah. So when one is standing next to that cabinet, my lord, given the fact that, as the witness has used the term that the top is sort of overlapping, or it is an extended top, beneath the top there is that shading.
There is that?
A shading or a shade under the top, just under that layer of the top, there is a shade which entails that when a person is looking down on the floor, they cannot see the whole device or the cell phone. Part of the cell phone will be seen if one is standing against that that cabinet with that extended top.
I think it's called the overhang, if I'm not mistaken, that extended part.
Yes.
I didn't hear you.
It's called an overhang.
Oh.
And can you just show where your mother's phone was? The BlackBerry?
Ngizocela esinye isithombe.
I'm asking for another photograph.
Perhaps photo 13?
Siveze yeah, kangconywana.
Yes, that's better.
Ifoni kaMaya yayima la.
Should it
And then nansi indawo yokucharger la.
Okay. My mother's phone was there, and the light is on the plate of the stove, or on the stove itself. And then just above that, there is a plug, a white plug over there. So she'll be using that point to recharge her phone.
That's photo number?
It's photo
13, my lord.
number 13, my lord, of Exhibit B, that appears on page 28 of the bundle.
Yes.
Yes, what else did you observe? The indication.
Okunye futhi okwazi ukuqaphela.
I think kwakuyilokho nje. Oh ngase mase siqeda ukungena and then ngajika ngabheka umnyango nganotice ukuthi umnyango wayinembobo ye bullet mhlawumbe ibullet yangena khona.
After we had gotten into the house, I turned around and I looked at the door, and I observed that there were some puncturing holes, or the bullet holes on the door.
Which door?
Umnyango lo wase kitchen.
That kitchen door, the witness just also lit on the other picture there.
Yes.
One of the side pictures.
Going to show you
The
photos 18 and 19 of Exhibit B. If you can use the photo to illustrate your evidence.
Iyona ke lembobo engayibona ke mangena as well.
Now this is the hole that I'm referring to, which I observed when I walked in.
It's photo 18 of Exhibit B, page 32 of the bundle.
Yes.
If photo 19 can also be shown.
Uthini ngayo le 19?
Yona futhi angithi yona isithombe esifanayo angithi lesi. So ngabona nami ukuthi la khona ibullet engene la obuhlahlekile umnyango.
Okay. Well, this is the same spot of the bullet on the door, my lord. Then I saw that this hole here is indeed the bullet hole. Well,
Which one? Which one?
That is photo number 19, my lord.
I'm saying the hole. I thought she's zooming onto the hole.
Your Lordship, there is a spot there that she had just pointed, which is now indicative of that bullet hole.
Umnyango wasekhaya ngokujwayelekile ayikho lento le. Umnyango nje plain right awunalutho awunamboba uhlahlekile ngandlela thile.
Normally that is not how. Normally, Your Lordship, that is not how this door looks like. There is no hole. There's no damage on the door. There's nothing that has been depicted here under normal circumstances that one would find at that door, my lord.
In other words, you are saying before the door was intact,
That
panel of the door was uninterrupted, unlike what it is now.
That is correct, my lord.
So are you saying even the splinterings that one notices, the splinters there?
Yabona khona lama splinters okanye ingxenye nje zenkuni yalo mnyango ezibonakalayo lapho bezingekho. They were not there, my lord. Initially they were not there.
Yes.
Are you able to tell this court as to what led to the discovery of the deceased phone?
Yini into yakho halela ekutheni kutholakale ilokho njani ifone kaMufi?
Besingena endlini and masingena from ekitchen kuba ngathi uphansi kanje. So amehlo vele mayingena endlini ubona phansi kuyasetheka nje uyabona ubona phansi.
Should ngaphansi.
Mawungaphandle
wehlile.
Bese mawuzongena endlini ngathi unyuka istep isana nje sincanyane kusa platform.
You know, when one is standing outside at the door of the kitchen and you haven't taken a step into the house, your eyes can automatically access the floor of the house, given the fact that you are at a lower level than the level of the surface of the kitchen. Now, when you have to walk into the kitchen, there is a step of elevation into the kitchen surface. So you've got a step there, and then you walk into the kitchen.
Yes.
And what type of cell phone was it?
Begui cell phone enjani?
Begui iPhone 5.
It was an iPhone 5.
Esayintsha nje impela.
It was reasonably new.
Yes.
You can proceed with your evidence, what happened later that night.
Uqhubeka ke kwenzakalani ngalobo busuku.
And then while sisekhona nje endlini kulokhu ngena abantu be-introduce amaphoyisa ukuthi mina ngubani wakabani wenza ini.
While we were still inside of the house and people were coming in, frequenting the house, and they were introducing themselves, and the one would say that I am a police officer, this is what I am doing, or this is my job description pertaining to this incident.
And then kwakhona amanye amaphoyisa ashoyo ukuthi ke ayike sizonithatha kusasa niyosinikeza i-statement ngoba siyabona ukuthi manje kusaxakaxakeni.
Then there were some of the police officers that said that, look, we will come and fetch you tomorrow, because right now we can see that there's a degree of being unprepared, or there's just the uneasiness that we are picking up from you, so that you can go and finish us with your statements.
Yes.
And then ke mangisuka lapho ngaya ekamereni leli ukhela ibalekele kulona kuyikamera lami ngaleso sikhathi.
From there, I went into the bedroom in which Kelly had ran into, because that bedroom was mine during that time.
And then ngathatha nje isikhwanyana esincane ngapheka izinto ngoba ukheli bethe kungcono ukuthi solala kwakhe.
I then took a bag, a smaller bag, to put on my clothing items, because Kelly had indicated that we should go rather and sleep at her house.
Yes.
Yes, may I proceed?
And then ngevele ngapaka and then sathatha izinto zengane ngiyakhumbula.
I then packed. I also remember that we also took the child's items as well.
Mostly vele bekuyinto zengane.
Mostly were the child's items.
And then also sapakela uChristian naye.
We also packed for Christian as well.
Okwengane kaKelly yokuqala.
That is Kelly's first child.
And where were the children?
You just said clothes of the child before you mentioned Christian.
Ukshilo
Buthingo uyena omncane.
Undodakazi.
kaKelly noSenzo.
I'm referring to Tingo. Tingo is a younger sibling to Christian, and she is the offspring of Senzo and Kelly.
Yes.
And when the incident occurred, where were the children?
Isigameko masenzeka abantwana bebekuphi?
So before njengoba nibonile kukhona isithombe besikhona la bengihleli khona kunonodoli wengane. Imina ke ngithanda ingane ekhaya bayazi ukuthi mina ngihlale ngo-auntie.
Since you observed that there was a picture that it depicted myself sitting down with a doll, and but it is known at home that I love the dolls.
I love kids.
I love kids. Sorry, I love kids. Obophethe
Ngiphethe umntwana.
Obophethe umntwana.
nodoli,
Uhleli nonodoli.
Yes.
So I was carrying a child, and I also had a doll with me.
When was that?
In
Before yonke into nje yenzeka masadla sihleli kumnandi emini.
Before this incident happened, while we were just seated together and were eating during the course of the day,
If photo 64.
Before that,
I'm sorry, my lord.
you say you were carrying a child.
Yeah.
That's correct, my lord.
And I think it's yesterday when you told us that your role, one of your roles over that afternoon into the evening was to get a supply of drinks from the fridge.
Washo lokho ukuthi nga leyo ntambama ke wena umuntu onikezana ngeyiphuzo. That is correct, my lord.
Were you doing this whilst carrying the child?
Obukwenza lokho ukukingani?
Cha phela ingane mayikhona endlini iyathatha unyike omunye ezokwazi ukwenza okunye futhi nabazali bengane bebekhona lapho. So at some point ingane ngumthoko kwesinye isikhathi bikukheli kwesinye isikhathi ikumase kwesinye isikhathi kusenzo.
Now, if there are other people inside of the house and one person ought to do some chore, the child can be passed from the hands of one person to another so the person can continue with their chores. Now, the child would be passed from myself to Mtogo. At some stage, the child was in the hands of, and my lord, further that the parents were also there. Then the child would be in the hands of my mother, then Mtogo, Umama,
Kelly,
and then Kelly, and the child would also be passed over.
Basically everyone.
Correct, my lord.
Yes, if you can use that photo 64 of Exhibit B that appears on page 64 of the bundle to demonstrate your...
So ila bengihleli khona ke mina njengoba nibona ukuthi uNodoli ula ila bengihleli khona ngidlala nengane isikhathi esiningi.
Since it is depicted that there is a doll over there, that is where I was sitting, carrying a child there.
Sidlala naye.
Yes, and I was sort of playing with the child there.
So which one?
Uthini?
I'm referring to Tingo. Sibengidlala no Tingo lapho.
And where were the children, Christian and Tingo, during the incident?
So Christian no Tingo babekuphi makwenzakala lento.
Christian ke uyebelokhe jumper from one point eya kwelinye side aphinde nini ngambone edlula emva kwami. Nakhona mayedlula emva kwami uya ngase dining room angimbona ukuthi uphelele e dining room aphinde adlule futhi aye ngathi uya ngase kamereni kanjalo.
Now Tingo was moving from one point to another. At some stage, Christian was moving from one point to another, and then at some point, he walked past where I was from behind, and then there was a stage where he would also look. It would look as though he's going into the bedroom,
Towards them.
towards the bedroom.
And then ukumbuka kwami ngangibona ukuthi mhlambe uyabona ukuthi khona into angayijwayele yenzeka la endlini ngoba akazi ukuthi kwenzakala noyabona nje ukuthi kuyisiphithiphithi.
Now, when I closely had a look at him, I realized that he is also confused and perhaps he's wondering what is happening in the house, because what was happening in the house was something that it looked as though it was confusing him.
Now, you mentioned that Mr. Tumelo Madlala ran in one of the bedrooms. Do you know when he came out of that bedroom?
Uye wakusho lokho ukuthi uTumelo Madlala wagijimela kwelinye igumbi lokulala. Uyazi ukuthi yiphi leyo bedroom?
Cha. Futhi ngimbona noma ephuma.
No, I didn't even see him when he came out of the room. My lord, can I just clarify something? The witness actually indicated that I didn't even see him when he walked out. Yes. And not necessarily out of the room, but when he walked out.
Yes.
You also mentioned in your evidence that after the first bullet was discharged, you were struck by some splinters from the surface.
Emva kwebullet lokuqala uthi uye washawa ilokho njani ke ilezo imvuthu ze plank.
Yebo kunjalo.
That is indeed so.
Did you sustain any injuries?
Ngaba
Uye
nje
walimala.
ngaba nje nokushiseka okuncane okwakusonyaweni angazi noma ngakhomba na unyawo lami la right eqakaleni.
There was some burning. There was some burning or a burn that I had sustained on my right foot,
Leg. Ankle.
particularly on the ankle. I'm not sure as to whether I can show the court that.
Yes, if it's possible.
I cannot see. If you go, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
The witness has pointed on the front part of the ankles, my lord.
Were you able to see? You may rise to be able to see. Can you go to the open so that they see?
I'm comfortable with the explanation, Maharaj.
All right. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Did you receive any medical treatment for the injury?
Okay, wathola unyango mhlambe mayelana lokho kulimala.
Angizange kudinge unyango ngoba kwakuncane kakhulu kodwa kuncinca igazi kwakungesiyona into enkulu kangakanani ukuthi ngaze ngihambe mhlawumbe or yangiphazamisa ngaze ngihambe ngiyofuna udoctor.
No, I didn't go for a medical attention because this was actually a superficial kind of a wound. Even though it was slightly bleeding, it couldn't have compelled me to go seek for the medical attention.
And more or less, what time was it when the two assailants struck, when they entered the house?
Bengaba ngobani so isikhathi mabangena.
Angisakhumbuli kahle kodwa kwakula ko 7 to 8 ntambama.
I am uncertain about the precise time. It could have been between 7 to 8 o'clock p.m.
And did you yourself partake of any alcohol on the particular evening?
Manje ke wena ubuke wathi ukushaya imponzwana.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes.
No Kelly sasishare i6 ye Guarana.
6 year Guarana. It is indeed so. Myself and Kelly, we were sharing the 6 amaken in
Amaken.
Okay. We're sharing the 6 cans of Guarana.
Do you remember how many cans you had on that particular evening?
Uyakhumbula ngalobo busuku ke wena uye waphuza ke amaken angaki?
How big were the cans?
Lama can abe ngakanani nje?
Mancane kakhulu
liters.
amaken eGuarana mancane kakhulu angazi ngama milliliters singasho sithi angazi mhlawumbe 3 bani labo 3 angekho sure.
They were very small. My estimation would be playing around 300 and something milliliters, but they were quite small.
Actually lingana nekani le Red Bull yokuqala lencane.
In actual fact, It could be the size of a smaller Red Bull. A smaller Red Bull can.
The lean size.
That is correct.
We just want to show you photo 115. If you can use that photo to give your evidence.
Le yoke igwarana esasikuza nokheli.
Now that very one that I pointed at, it is the guarana that myself and Kelly were drinking.
It's photo number 115 of Exhibit B that appears on page 90 of the bundle. Also 114. Up to 11122. And Ms. Kumala, can you remember how many of these guaranas we had, guarana cans we had?
Herself in a singular?
Yes.
All right. When I Pozanga?
More than 3.
Not more than 3.
And what was the state of your sobriety?
Hayi ngangise right ngempela futhi ngoba ngingakangeni ngisho eplakini.
Well, I was sober. To tell the truth, I was still sober. I had not been intoxicated as yet.
And when the incident occurred, for how long had you been dating Mr. Longotwala?
Lesikame kumasenzekayo bose udatana noLongotwala isikhathi esingakanani?
Mangizama ukukhumbula kwangasisikhathi eside kodwa sasi between 3, 4 months, 5 months lapho.
If my memory serves me well, it wasn't a long time that I had spent in that relationship with Mr. Longotwala. My estimation would be around 3, 4 months in a relationship.
And before this particular day, the 26th of October 2014, when last did you see Longwe?
26 October 2014. Ubugcine nini ukumbona uLongwe?
Ngangimbone ngayizolo usho ukuthi umgqibelo.
Shooting 825. I had seen him a day before, which is the 25th, and that was on a Saturday.
And where was that?
Bebguphi lapho?
Kusho ukuthi sathi masibuya eshowini kwenye can do esasinayo ngalo mgqibelo loyo engazange yenzeke because kwakunetha and then sasesiya endlini lapho uSenzo nokhela abahlala khona eMalberton, and then noLongwe ke weza lapho la isabona nakhona ke.
After the show, that did not even materialize. That is called a can do. A can do show. We then proceeded from there. Show.
Soweto.
And that show was supposed to have happened in Soweto, and then Mansoura Konanaya in Malberton. From there, we proceeded to Malberton. No Senzo. That is where Kelly and Senzo were residing.
By the way, you said the Can Do show was staged at what venue?
Angikhumbuli kahle ukuthi yayi kumele yenzeke kuphi, kodwa ngiyakhumbula ukuthi yathi mayingasenzeki khona indlu esa ngathi ichillas kanje ekwathiwa sihlale khona silinde sibone ukuthi imvula iyama noma yini.
Now, I remember, given the fact that the show couldn't happen anymore, we went to a house, a chillers kind of a house, where they said that we should just wait there at that house because it was also raining, just to check as to whether the rain will be able to stop.
Now, is Chillers a name of a specific house or a name indicating the type of a house that you went to?
Ichillers igama lendlu noma umhlobo wendlu.
Umhlobo wendlu.
It's a type of a house, my lord.
Can you tell us what a Chillers house looks like?
Ungasitshela ke awusinikeze isithombe ukuthi ichillers injani.
iChillers kusuke kuyindlu mhlambe labathengisa khona ukudla neziphuzo.
Now,
And then kunano music futhi.
Chillers is a house where usually food would be sold, drinks also would be sold there, and there will also be a music that is being played there.
So it's a holding place where people sit and wait for an occasion to happen.
Indawo nje yokubamba abantu ukuthi mhlambe bahlale balinde okuthize kuzokwenzeka or
Cha akunjalo ilo ndawo le indlu nje kusuke kuthengiswa vele indlu yebusiness. So thina kwathiwa nje siyohlala khona lapho kwesikhashana sihamba nayo Arthur mafukathi umphathi we can do.
Now that house, its principal business is to continue with that business of selling food and drinks, and then we were then told that we should go and wait at that house, and we were in the company of Arthur Mafukate, who is now the organizer or the director of that Can Do show.
Are you saying Arthur Mafukate was there, or are you saying it is his place?
Uthi ube lapho uArthur noma kwakuyindawo yakhe leyo.
Waye lapho angikholwa ukuthi indawo yakhe.
He was merely there, my lord. I am not sure, or I cannot say that it was his place.
Yes.
Yes. Now, what time did Longwe leave Malbatten on the 25th of October, 2014?
Ulonge wasuka eMalbatten ngobani isikhathi nge-25 zika October 2014.
Noma ngasazi isikhathi kahle hle kodwa khona kwakuse ku late nyana kodwa u12 ungakashayi.
O12 1
Wasebusuku.
I cannot be certain about the time. It was reasonably late, but it had not hit 12 midnight on the dot as yet.
And maybe just two aspects before we adjourn. Did you see what happened to Mtokozi Zitwala from the hospital?
Uyabona ukuthi kwenzakalani ngomthokozi Sithwala ukusuka lapha esibhedlela?
Umthokozi sisathi masihamba sesithi sesiye ekhaya naye simazisa ukuthi njengoba sifike sonke sesiyahamba wathi yena uyasala ngoba khona uMandisa lapho uzosala noMandisa.
Mthokozisi, when we approached him to tell him that we are now leaving, we're going home, indicated that he wouldn't be leaving because Mandisa was still in that establishment. So he will be left behind.
The person that you described as the second suspect that you described as accused number 2, you mentioned that the first suspect had a firearm Did accused number 2 have anything in his possession?
Okushilo ke lokho ukuthi owokuqala ubephethe isibhamu lona uthi ke ummangalelwa wesibili ngabe yena ubephethe okuthize.
Hayi angibonanga lutho.
No, I didn't see anything in his possession.
The court, please, my lord, we've reached the end of the normal sitting time. Can the matter then be adjourned?
Yeah.
As a court, please, my lord, we were supposed to have carried on next week, but due to the fact that new counsel have come into the matter, one of the counsels is not available next week. And for the next 2 weeks, the earliest that we can continue with the matter, my lord, will be then the 12th of June. The matter is set down until the 15th of June, my lord.
Yes.
We will request that, as the court pleases, we'll make arrangements with the witness to be here. It will not be necessary to warn him, my lord.
Come again.
We will make arrangements with the witness to be here. It will not be necessary to warn her for court, my lord.
May the accused rise.
Abamangalelwa bangasukuma ke.
This case is postponed with the accused in custody. It's postponed to the 12th of June 2023 for further hearing.
Icala lihliselwe emuva ke. Abamangalelwa ke basesiqophisini okanye basasengaphakathi. Icala liyahlehla ukufika nge-12 zika June 2023 ngamanye amazwi ke ukuze icala lokuliqhubeka liqulo. Iyazwakala? Accused, understand, my lord?
Ms. Kumalo, you remember the warning I gave you around discussion, around issues pertaining to this case, your evidence, whatever has to do with this case. The situation is not the fairest to you because it's a bit of a lengthy postponement, but nothing could be done about it.
Advocate
Munisi.
The hand of the accused is up, my lord.
In the court, my lord.
Witness understands, my lord.
I'm sorry, my lord. It is sorted, my lord.
Rise.